Mic check 1 2. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
This is a KUGR sports production.
Good pass down low to Eric Strupp, and he scores off the glass.
Giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics.
He doesn't get it! He's stuck at the line!
Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get them right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
You're listening to Cougar Hockey on KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Football on KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Soccer on KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Volleyball on KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Basketball on KUGR. You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
This is a KUGR sports production,
Good pass down low to Erickstrup, and he scores off the glass.
giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics,
He doesn't get it! He's stuffing the line!
football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get them right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
It's a beautiful but very windy 60 degrees here at Bailey-Brayton Field in Pullman, Washington, as the Washington State Cougars, coming off an 18-0 run rule loss against Oregon State yesterday, look to rebound and get a split of this two-game series. And hello, everybody. Welcome inside Bailey-Brayton Field. Declan Curran here on the call with you today. Quickly recapping yesterday's game, Oregon State, everybody in the starting lineup had at least one hit, but they were led by the dominant pitching of Eric Segura, who went 4 innings, only gave up 1 hit, walked 4, struck out 6, and the rest of the Oregon State bullpen held Washington State hitless. Washington State, the only hit was from Ollie Obenauer. That was a single back in the second inning. So Washington State, very quiet offensively with the bats yesterday. They are definitely going to look to get some more hits on the board today against a very, very good Oregon State team, ranked number 7 in the country by most of the polls that come out. Our pitching matchup today, we'll get into it more before they take them out. For Oregon State, it's going to be the junior right-hander Noah Scott, coming in with a 2-0 record of 5.87 ERA, 15 in the third inning, 17 hits, 10 runs, all earned, 8 walks, 17 strikeouts. It's going to be virtually a bullpen game for Oregon State, much like it was for Washington State yesterday. In fact, it might be a bullpen game for both teams, as starting on the mound today for the Cougs is Ryan Falk, the freshman right-hander, comes in with a record of 0-1 at 5.4 ERA, 10 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, 4 walks, and 10 strikeouts. The teams are just getting ready to huddle, and national anthem is upon us, so we'll take a break and be back after the national anthem for the starting lineups and get you ready for the first pitch between the Oregon State Beavers and the Washington State Cougars. This is Washington State Baseball on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back inside Bailey-Brayton Field. The umpires are getting ready to. The umpires heading towards home plate, exchanging lineup cards with both coaches. And with that, we will go over the starting lineups. First for the visiting Oregon State Beavers, coming in with a record of 25-6. Leading off will be the right fielder, Easton Talt. Batting second, the left fielder, Adam Haight. Batting third, the designated hitter, Bryce Hubbard. Batting fourth, the first baseman, Bryson Glasgow. Batting fifth will be the second baseman, AJ Singer. Batting sixth will be the third baseman, Paul Vasquez. Batting seventh will be the center fielder, Nyan Hayes. Batting eighth will be doing the catching, Ryan Vandenbrink. Batting ninth, the shortstop, Tyler Inge. And on the mound, like we mentioned in the pregame show, right-hander Noah Scott. 2-0 with a 5.87 ERA. Now for the Washington State Cougars, led by third-year head coach Nathan Choate, coming in with a record of 14 wins and 17 losses. Leading off will be the second baseman, Gavin Roy. Hitting second will be the left fielder, Mason Perello. Hitting third will be the center fielder, Max Hartman. Hitting fourth, the third baseman, Ollie Obenauer. In the number 5 spot is the right fielder, Dustin Robinson. Hitting sixth, the first baseman and the captain for the Cougs, Ryan Shawnsby. Hitting seventh, the designated hitter, Dane Chavez. Hitting eighth, doing the catching is Noah Thine. Hitting ninth, playing shortstop is Kyle Northrup. And on the mound is the right-hander, Ryan Falk, the freshman, 0-1 with a 5.40 ERA. Our umpires today behind the plate is Jacob Asher. First is Tyler Schmidt. He was behind the plate yesterday. At second base is Trevin Van Aersdale. And at third is Scott Jones. Oregon State wearing the exact same combo they wore yesterday. The black jerseys with the gray pants. The orange letters and numbers outlined in white. For the Cougs, for the first time at home this year, they're going to go with the crimson jerseys, the crimson hats, with white numbers on the back and Cougars in white and gray numbers on the front with white pants. So Nathan Choate today is going with the best possible lineup that could possibly help the Cougs. Maybe not beat Oregon State, but at least keep it more competitive than it was yesterday. After Oregon State scored 9 runs in the top of the third yesterday, they pretty much ran away with the game after that one. Cougs had a bullpen game yesterday. The starter, Brock Blatter, only went 2 1/3, 5 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. They are showing the hype video, I guess you could say, on the video board. So that means it's just about time for baseball. It's like I said, it's 60 degrees. It's sunny, but it's also very windy. Wind is out to right field once again, just like it was yesterday. So if anybody hits it out to right field, the ball will carry. We had a grand slam hit yesterday by Bryson Glasgow out into right field. And then we also had a homer by Oregon State hit into left center field. But the grand slam got out in a hurry because of the wind carrying out to right field. Umpires still at home plate. The meeting has concluded. They are about to take the field. This is the second game of it, and the Cougars have taken the field. This is the second game of a 6-game homestand. Cougs stay home throughout the weekend and host Gardner Webb this Thursday through Saturday. I'll have the call for you on Thursday as well, and conclude the 6-game homestand with a day game Monday afternoon, hosting the Portland Pilots on Monday. I'll have the call for you on that one as well. Let's go over the defense for you one more time for Washington State. Outfield from left to right, Mason Perello, Max Hartman, and Dustin Robinson. Infield from third to first is Ollie Obenauer, Kyle Northrup, Gavin Roy, and Ryan Shawnsby. Behind the plate, Noah Thine. On the mound is Ryan Falk, throwing his warm-up pitches. 10 strikeouts on the year, only 4 walks, despite the 5.4 ERA. So doesn't walk a ton of batters. Hasn't struck out a lot of batters either. I know if you're Nathan Choate, you like to see him strike out some more batters. Taking his swings in the on-deck circle is the right fielder for Oregon State, Easton Tall, one of the local boys on the roster, too. He is from Everett, the senior out of Everett. Went to high school in Arizona. A lot of Oregon State fans here. Not as many fans as yesterday, obviously, considering the start time 3 hours earlier from yesterday, but we do have a lot of black and orange in the stands. So Easton Tall steps in the batter's box. Faces Ryan Falk, the freshman right-hander for Washington State. Falk looks in. First pitch is fouled straight back. Just over me and out of play, and we are underway with strike one to Easton Talt. At 1:05, right on time. 0-1 pitch to Talt. Taken just outside for a ball, 1-1. Talt so far hitting .292 on the year, 35 hits and 120 at bats, 7 doubles, 1 triple, 2 homers, 28 RBIs, 21 walks, 19 strikeouts. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Tracking the ball is Robinson, and just out of his reach, it drops foul. Count is now 1-2 on Easton Talt. Talt yesterday went 1 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. Dropped his average down to .292 after coming into the game yesterday with a .291 average. So bumped his average up just a smidge from yesterday's game. And he's got a 1 down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 at a pitch up high. Talt was looking to swing for the fences on that one. Comes up empty for the first out of the inning. It's a strikeout to the leadoff hitter for Ryan Falk, and that'll bring up Adam Haight, the right fielder for Oregon State. Haight is a sophomore from Snohomish, went to Cedar Park Christian School. He went 1 for 3 yesterday. Comes into the game hitting .265 with 26 hits in 98 at bats, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. The right-handed batter hitting from the right side against the right-handed pitcher. 1-0 is up high, ball 2, 2-0. Haight yesterday 1 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a high pop-up on the infield. Calling for it is the second baseman, Gavin Roy. He makes the catch. And it's 2 easy outs for Ryan Falk. And that'll bring up Bryce Hubbard for Oregon State. The left-handed hitter.
Designated hitter number 10, Bryce Hubbard.
A senior from Norcross, Georgia, previously played at Mississippi State and Northwest Florida State. Coming into this one, hitting .304. As he takes the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. Hubbard comes in hitting .304 with 28 hits, 20 runs scored, and 92 at-bats. 6 home runs on the year, so definitely has a lot of power to get it over the fence. Here's the 0-1. Checks his swing, pulls it back, and takes outside for a ball, 1-1. Hubbard yesterday 1 for 3 with a run scored and a strikeout, and also had an RBI. Here's the 1-1. Down low for a ball, 2-1. Stopped there by Fine, the catcher. 2 outs just underway here, top of the first from Pullman between Washington State and Oregon State. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Upstairs, misses, 3-1. He's in danger of putting a guy on for the top hitter in this Oregon State lineup, Bryson Glasgow, who hit a grand slam in yesterday's 18-0 win for Oregon State. There's a 3-1. Catches the very bottom part of the zone. Late strike call there by the home plate umpire, Jacob Asher, and the count is now full 3-2 on Bryce Hubbard. Falk looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Here's the pitch. Inside, that almost hits him, and it's a walk for Bryce Hubbard. So Hubbard reaches first, and that'll bring up first baseman Bryson Glasgow, hitting .343, 12 hits, 35 at-bats, a double, 3 homers, 10 RBIs, and as I mentioned, hit the grand slam yesterday out to right field. Glasgow is a junior from Spanish Springs, Nevada, previously played 2 years at Clackamas Community College. Here's the 0-1. That's fouled straight back. Looks like he fouled it off his foot a little bit, but he's not hobbling. So it's no balls and 1 strike on Bryson Glasgow. Falk looking to retire Glasgow. Here's the 0-1. Up high for a ball. 1-1. Great job by Thine getting up there to make sure that doesn't get past him, because Hubbard would easily take second on that one. Glasgow with the bright orange bat to match the Oregon State school colors. Here's the 1-1. Misses for a ball. 2-1. On deck is the second baseman, AJ Singer. He had a pretty good day yesterday. Had 1 hit, but reached base quite a bit yesterday, as the 2-1 is a swing and a miss. It's 2-2 on Bryson Glasgow. Falk is a strike away from ending the inning and suffering no damage. Here's the 2-2. Up high for a ball. Full count, 3-2. If you're Washington State, you would be just fine walking Glasgow, as long as you don't give him something to hit, because this Oregon State team will capitalize on mistakes. Runner goes. The pitch is swinging a ground ball to short. Up with the ball is Northrup. Throws to Shawnsby in time for the out, and the inning is over. So for Oregon State in the first, they get no runs, no hits, no errors, and they leave a man. We've played a half an inning. It's Oregon State 0, Washington State coming up on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the first. Oregon State did not score despite Ryan Falk issuing a walk to Bryce Hubbard, and the Cougars coming to the play for the first time. It'll be Gavin Roy, Mason Perot, and Max Hartman to face the right-hander for Oregon State. Noah Scott, the junior, 2-0 record, a 5.87 ERA, 15 1/3 innings pitched. Scott, the junior from Westminster, Colorado, played the previous years at Iowa Western Community College. Gavin Roy steps in to lead things off for Washington State, hitting .382 with 42 hits and 110 at-bats. 10 doubles, no triples, no homers on the year. 16 walks. And Roy, the senior from Sudbury, Ontario, played hockey in high school, was actually a captain of the hockey team in high school. Leads things off against Noah Scott. Here's the first pitch. Swung on, hit into right field. This is going to drop foul just in front of the right fielder. Tall. It's a long strike one on Gavin Roy. 0-1. Cougs would certainly like to get all their bats off, but especially Gavin Roy. He's been the hottest hitter in the lineup all season, which would show with his .382 average. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field. It's a base hit. Rounding first and stopping there is Gavin Roy. It's a leadoff single. And the Cougars have a man aboard for Mason Perello. Gavin Roy just got one in his happy zone and hit it right between the second baseman Singer and the shortstop Tyler Inge, and it went right into center field, and that'll bring up Mason Perello. Did not play in yesterday's game. The freshman hitting .271 and 19 hits and 70 at-bats. Freshman from Sammamish played on the football team at Skyline High School as he takes the first pitch outside for ball 1-0. Played football at Skyline High School for former Cougar linebacker Peyton Pallure. A lot of Cougars from the state of Washington, a lot from the west side as well, as the 1-0-2 Perello misses for a ball 2-0. Runner at first, it's Gavin Roy. No outs here. Just underway, bottom of the first. Washington State looking to score first as the 2-0 to Perello swing and a miss comes up empty. He comes up hacking and comes up empty. 2-1 as Oregon State is now 19-2 when they score first after scoring first yesterday and actually shutting out Washington State. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a ground ball over the head of the pitcher to the second baseman, who doesn't have a play on it, and safe at first is Mason Perello. That was a chopper that was hit just over the mound right to the second baseman Singer. He didn't have it. Even if he would have been able to get a glove on it, Perello probably would have been safe at first. So it's a base hit for Perello. 2 base hits here early on for the Cougs, and it's first and second with no outs for Max Hartman, who is currently second in the nation in triples. The leaders from UNLV. Hartman has, actually he's tied for the national lead with 6 triples, 35 hits, 122 at-bats, hitting .287. The sophomore from St. Albert, Alberta, Canada, as he swings and fouls the first pitch back 0-1. One of the many Canadians on this Washington State team. The 0-1 to Max Hartman. Look back at second from Scott. The pitch, swinging a ground ball over to short. The shortstop, Inge, steps on first for 1, over to first for 2. It's a double play. Inge to Glasgow, 6 unassisted, and there's quickly 2 outs for Washington State. On the play, Gavin Roy goes to third, but there are now 2 outs for Ollie Obenauer. That one was hit right to the shortstop, Inge, who could have thrown to the second baseman Singer, but decided to go the easy route, step on the bag, get Perot out at second for the double play. As the first pitch to Obenauer misses for a ball that actually is in there for a strike, 0-1. Obenauer, the sophomore, hitting .281 in 17 games this year. The 0-1 is outside for a ball. Actually in there for a strike again. It's 0-2 now. Now Scott has a strike away from getting out of this with no damage done, despite the 2 singles to lead off the inning for the Cougars. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a ground ball into left field. That drops in front of the left fielder. Hate for a base hit. From third to score is Gavin Roy. RBI single for Ollie Obenauer, and it's a 1-0 Washington State lead. Their first run of the series. That was a little. I mean, that wasn't too much of a big swing there from Obenauer. He was able to get a piece of it, get enough contact, drive it into left field for a base hit, and that'll bring up Dustin Robinson, the redshirt sophomore, hitting 177, 14 hits and 79 at bats. Throw over to first, back in safely is Obenauer. Robinson, the redshirt sophomore from Brea, California, his first year at Washington State after coming over from Cypress Community College. Scott's first pitch misses for ball 1-0. Noah Scott is a junior from Westminster, Colorado. Like I believe I mentioned before he threw his first pitch. He's ahead behind 1-0 on Dustin Robinson, and now he's behind 2-0 as that pitch misses for ball 2-0. So Robinson, the left-handed hitter, hitting against the right-handed pitcher and Noah Scott. Here's the 2-0. Late strike called by Jacob Asher, but it's in there for a strike. It's 2-1. It's like it just caught the. Looks like it just caught the corner. So it's runner at first. Scott checks over there, doesn't throw. Throws home. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a fly ball over the second baseman. Hey, and into right field for a base hit. Robinson thinks about 2. He's trying for it. He's in there safely on a dive. It's a double for Dustin Robinson, and it's second and third with 2 outs for the captain, Ryan Shawnsby. That was just a soft fly ball hit by Robinson. Didn't get too much on it, but he got enough to hit it over the second baseman, AJ Singer, and he hustled enough to get into second. So 2 runners in scoring position. Now it's the captain, Ryan Shawnsby, the senior for the Cougs, hitting 276, 105 at bats as he takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Shawnsby, the senior out of Long Beach, California, came over from Cypress Community College after his sophomore season. It's behind in the count, 0-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul straight back behind the net, behind home plate. It's 0-2 on Shawnsby. Shawnsby with 3 homers on the year, 21 RBIs, 29 hits. Cougs would certainly like for him to hit home run number 4 here. It's behind in the count, 0-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Cougs with a 1-0 lead, second and third. Here's the pitch. In the dirt for a ball. Great stop by Ryan Vandenbrink behind the plate, the catcher for the Beavers. It's 1-2 on Shawnsby. Shawnsby just needs anything in the outfield and it'll drive in 1, most likely drive in 2 with Robinson's speed at second. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a little chopper just in front of the plate, foul. Count remains 1-2 on Shawnsby. So 1-2 count on Shawnsby. 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Here's the pitch. Just misses. Looked like Jacob Asher was going to call a strike on that one, but it looks like apparently it misses outside. It's 2-2 on Shawnsby. left-handed hitter hitting from the left-handed hitter facing the right-handed pitcher. You got a lot of lefties in the lineup today. In fact, 5 to be exact. The 1-2 grounded through the right side. That's a base hit. Coming in to score is Obenauer. Following him behind the plate is Robinson. He scores on to second is Shawnsby, and he is safe. Just gets under the tag. It's a 2-run double for Ryan Shawnsby, and the Cougars lead 3-0. Great piece of hitting there by Ryan Shawnsby, able to drive in 2, and that when the Cougs needed it most. This is we were saying before on our broadcast yesterday, the Cougs need to play a lot better to win this one, and they certainly have. That one was grounded up the middle, or that was the shift was on for Oregon State. It was Singer and Glasgow, and he was able to poke it right between the two of them, give the Cougs a 3-0 lead, and it's Dane Chavez now. The freshman from Kennewick is the 7th man to come to the plate this inning. Cougars may bat around here in the first. Oregon State had a inning where they batted around yesterday. That was in the 3rd when they scored 9 runs. Yesterday, walks and hit by pitches were the killer for Washington State as Chavez takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. So that's going to be 2 RBIs for Shawnsby. And we had an RBI for Obenauer as well. Here's the 0-1. Low for a ball, 1-1. 3-0 Washington State leads here in the first. Runner on second. That's Shawnsby. They may give him a single, and he got in second on the throw. We'll have to check that. As the 1-1-2, Chavez is in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Cougars off to a hot start today. 7th man to come to the plate this inning. It's Dane Chavez. Scott looks at second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ground ball to short. Inch has it, throws to first in time for the out, and the inning is over. But not before the Cougs get 3 runs on 5 base hits. There were no errors, and they leave a runner on. We go to the second inning here at Bailey-Brayton Field. Our score is Washington State 3, Oregon State 0 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
After a 3, we go to the top of the second here at Bailey-Brayton Field. Cougars with a 3-0 lead after a RBI single by Ollie Obenauer and a 2-run single by Ryan Shawnsby. It'll be 5-6-7 for Oregon State. AJ Singer, Paul Vasquez, Nyan Hayes to face Ryan Falk on for his second inning of work. Here's the first pitch to Singer. Misses for a ball, 1-0. Singer, the right-handed hitter, hitting .254 on the year. 3 homers, 26 RBIs. Falk looks in. Here's the 1-0. Misses for a ball, 2-0. Singer, the senior from Glendale, Arizona, played at Iowa Western Community College, just like the starting pitcher for Oregon State, Noah Scott. It's a 2-0 count, and the pitch is taken for a strike. It's 2-1. Singer yesterday went 1 for 3 with 3 RBIs. So Washington State would certainly like to keep an eye on him as the 2-1 is swung on, popped on the roof of the Miller Indoor Training Complex for a strike and a foul. It's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here. Top of the second, Washington State leads 3-0 on Oregon State. And the pitch. Swung on and foul behind the plate. Singer stays alive. The senior from Glendale, Arizona. Wind has certainly died down from prior to the start of this game. It was a heavy wind. It's a very light wind now. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, chopped, foul behind the plate again. And Singer will see another pitch in this plate appearance. Right on right matchup. Singer hitting from the right side against the right-hander Ryan Falk for Washington State, the freshman. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, grounded to third. That one's foul again. Great plate appearance put up here so far by A.J. Singer. Cougs trying to rebound from an 18-0 run rule victory by Oregon State yesterday. It's certainly off to a good start here, putting up 3 in the first. 2-2 count on A.J. Singer, the pitch. Swung on, fouled again. Singer will see another pitch in this at bat. This will be the seventh pitch in the at bat here to Singer. Singer's not going to go down without a fight. Here's the pitch. Down the middle, strike 3 called. Got him. So after the long battle, it's finally won by Falk. Singer's down on strikes, and the Beavers have 1 out here in the top of the second for Paul Vasquez. That one just caught the outside corner, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Paul Vasquez, a sophomore from Covina, California, hitting .290 on the year, 4 homers, 15 RBIs. Vasquez yesterday went 0 for 1. He was the only Oregon State starter to not get a hit. Yes, one of the few Oregon State starters to not get a hit yesterday. And first pitch to him misses for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0 count, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball, 2-0. 3-0 Washington State. 2 balls, no strikes on Vasquez. 1 out, top of the second. Wind has picked up a little bit more. Here's the 2-0. Catches the outside part of the zone, 2-1. Falk ahead in the count, 2-1. Behind in the count, 2-1 on Vasquez. Here's the pitch. Just misses on that one. 3-1 on Vasquez. If he gets aboard, Nyan Hayes, the Beaver center fielder, will stand in. Actually, he's on deck no matter what happens. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a liner into left field for a base hit. Rounding first, heading for second is Vasquez. Up with the ball is the center fielder, Hartman, but it's not in time. Stand-up double for Paul Vasquez, and the Beavers have their first base runner of the game. Vasquez went out and got that one. Hit that one hard, and it was even if the outfielders had, even if the outfielders had a shot, we're even going to get close to that ball, they didn't really have a chance of tracking that down. So it's runner at second in scoring position, and Vasquez. 1 out for Nyan Hayes. Stands in. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball, 1-0. Hayes hitting .194, no homers, 4 RBIs. Hayes yesterday came in as a pinch hitter. He went 0 for 1 with an RBI. As the 1-0 to him misses. Ball 2, 2-0. Hayes is fourth school in 4 years. Previously played at Howard College, Arkansas State, and Grambling State. In high school, he earned all district honors during his career at John Curtis High School in New Orleans. We have a meeting on the mound. The head coach for Washington State is also the pitching coach, Nathan Choate, has made his way to the mound to talk with Falk. He's fallen behind in the count to Hayes, 2-0. So give me a chance to remind you, if you like what you're hearing, make sure to subscribe to the KUGR YouTube channel. It would really help us be able to call more WSU games, not just for baseball, but everything else. Volleyball, soccer, football, basketball, hockey. We even had some golf in there, and it'll help us be able to go on the road with these teams and call some games away from Pullman. As the 2-0 to Hayes swung on and fouled behind the plate. It's 2-1, and that's actually heading into the parking lot. Hayes is a senior from New Orleans. I mentioned before, his fourth school in 4 years. Playing center field today. Throw back to second, and back in there safely is Vasquez. Play was kind of weird there. Falk threw to first, and then he realized there was nobody there, and so he threw to second to give Vasquez, but Vasquez back in safely. 2-1 count on Hayes. 1 out, top of the second. Cougars lead 3-0. Here's the pitch. Misses for ball 3, 3-1. Hayes reaches. The tying run will come to the plate. That's Ryan Vandenbrink, the catcher for Oregon State today. Here's the 3-1. Misses, ball 4. Hayes walks on 5 pitches, so it's going to be first and second with 1 out for the catcher for Oregon State today, Ryan Vandenbrink, hitting 190. No homers, 5 RBIs. He also came off the bench yesterday. 0 for 1. The redshirt freshman from Westland, Oregon. Playing in his home state. Falk checks at second. Here's the pitch. It's a swing and a miss on Vandenbrink, 0-1. Vandenbrink played at Westland High School. He is the letter winner for the head coach, Joe Monahan, over there. As the 0-1 misses for ball 1, 1-1. He was ranked the number 4 high school prospect in the state of Oregon by Baseball Northwest. Earned first team All-State honors as a junior and second team as a sophomore. Also lettered in football, earning all-league honorable mention at fullback. His favorite athlete is fellow Oregon State catcher, pretty good one in the big leagues now, Adley Rutschman. Apparently that second pitch was a strike, so it was 0-2. Now it's 1-2 as that one's in the dirt. Great stop there by Noah Thine. Off the field, Vandenbrink enjoys hiking, fishing, video games, and attending social gatherings. And says he chose Oregon State because of the atmosphere and the family that's been created at Oregon State, and it's also close to home, and he grew up watching the Beavers. All sounds like great reasons to me. So 1-2 in the dirt for a ball. 2-2. Vandenbrink, only a sophomore. Did not start yesterday's game, but did come in as a pinch hitter later. Number 8 hitter in the Oregon State lineup. First and second, 1 out. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss at a pitch down in the dirt for strike 3. Vandenbrink down on strikes, and that's out number 2. And Ryan Falk is an out away from limiting the damage and stranding 2 runners at second for Oregon State. That'll bring up the shortstop, Tyler Inge, 273, no homers, 9 RBIs. The sophomore from Brighton Michigan, transferred from the University of Michigan, who won the national title men's basketball last night. Here's the first pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. Oh, 1 count on Inge. Look at second. Here's the pitch up high for a ball, 1-1. Inge was named to the high school dream team, first team all-state selection and set the single season hit record at his high school, Detroit Country Day High School. His father, Brandon, played 13 years in the majors, including 12 with the Detroit Tigers. So Inge sounds familiar. That's where it's from. The 1-1 shoves bunt, takes back, pulls it back, takes down low for a ball, 2-1. First and second, 2 outs. Top of the second, 3-0. Washington State leads. 2-1 count on Tyler Inge. Here's the 2-1. Shows bunt, squares it this time. That's going to stay. It's actually going to roll foul. It was fair and it rolled foul. Great job by Elevator not picking that one up. Just waiting to see if it would go foul. Luckily for Elevator and the Cougs, it did. It's now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Inge, and Inge takes time, steps out of the box. Actually, he's walking back to the plate. The leadoff man, Easton Taltz, holding his bat. 2-2 count, 2 outs, first and second. Top of the second. Bailey-Brayton Field. Washington State leads Oregon State 3-0. Looking for the series split going into a 3-game series at home against Gardner-Webb, which starts on Thursday. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Down on strikes is Inge, and that is the 3rd out of the inning for Oregon State in the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Washington State, and 2 runners left for Oregon State. We've played an inning and a half here at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's Washington State 3, Oregon State 0 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the second. It's 3-0 Washington State. Leading off for the Cougars is going to be the catcher, Noah Thine, the senior from DeWitt, Iowa, hitting .097 homers, 4 RBIs. Noah Scott out there to start his second inning of work, and Thine takes the first pitch in for a strike. It's 0-1. A little bit of damage done by Oregon State, but they were not able to get any runs across as they left 2 runners stranded in the top of the second. And Thine takes the 0-1 high for a ball, 1-1. Thine, the left-handed hitter, hitting against the right-handed pitcher. The 1-1 is in for a strike, 1-2. Wind blowing out to right field. It's starting to pick up now. It's 1-2 count on Thine. The pitch is outside for a ball. 2-2. Thine is a general history major here at Washington State. Played previously at Des Moines Area Community College as the 2-2 inside for ball 3. Full count, 3-2. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Noah Thine on a nasty breaking ball from Noah Scott. Thine strikes out swinging for the first out, and that brings up the number 9 hitter for the Cougs. That's Kyra Northrup, the shortstop, hitting .236, no homers, 8 RBIs. 6'4" sophomore from Billings, Montana, studying, ironically, the same major as me, broadcast news at Washington State. First pitch to him, swung on and lined into center field, drops in front of the center fielder Hayes for a base hit. Northrup is aboard at first, and that'll bring up top of the order and Gavin Roy. That was just a hard liner by Northrup that he was able to get right down the middle and hit right into center field, which gets him aboard for top of the order Gavin Roy, hitting .387, singled back in the first and scored on the single by Obenauer. So first pitch, swinging a fly ball into center. Underneath it is Hayes. He makes the catch. That's the first out of the inning. So Hayes seeing a lot of action here. Or that's the second out of the inning, pardon me. Hayes seeing a lot of action here in this inning, especially in the last 2 batters. So that's 2 outs for Washington State. Runner at first in Northrup. That'll bring up Mason Perello. Grounded into a 6-3 double play. Singled back in the first and was out on the 6-3 double play. Turned back in the first as before the first pitch we have a throw back to first and back in safely is Northrup. First pitch on the way to Perello. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. Perello, the freshman from Sammamish, as I mentioned, played on the football team under Peyton Pallur. Business major, 5'9" freshman outfielder. Did not play in yesterday's game. Usually the DH, but Zane Shaw was getting some more playing time, so Perello is playing the outfield today. This is the 0-1 to him, misses for a ball, 1-1. Two outs, runner at first. 3-0 Washington State. Throw back to first. Back in safely is Northrup. 2 outs here for the Cougs in the bottom of the second. Both of Perello's parents graduated from WSU in 1990. Played quarterback at Skyline. Was first team All-League quarterback as Northrup goes on the pickoff attempt, and actually on the next pitch is a strike to Perello, and taking off on the pitch is Northrup, and getting in there, stealing second base after the throw was dropped is Kyra Northrup. So 1-2 count on Perello. Northrup in at second on a stolen base, and now a base hit by Perello can drive Northrup in with his speed. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, ball 2. Great block there by Vandenbrink. Counts even. 2-2. 2's all across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the second. Runner at second. 3-0 Washington State. Perello looking to drive Northrup in from second. Scott checks second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul over by the first base dugout, out of play. Still 2-2. Pro, a right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher, one of few right-handed hitters in the lineup for Washington State today. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a foul back again in front of the Oregon State dugout. Stays alive, 2-2. So it's a 2-2 count on Perello. As Noah Scott was a member of the honor roll in high school. 2-2 is grounded to second. Up with the ball as Singer throws onto the first baseman Glasgow in time for the out. And the inning is over. But Washington State in this second. No runs on one hit, no errors, and they leave a runner at second. We've played 2 innings here at Bailey-Brayton Field. Our score is Washington State 3, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the third here at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's Washington State 3, Oregon State nothing. It'll be the top of the order for Oregon State. Easton Talt will lead it off against Ryan Falk out there for the third. Talt, the senior from Everett, went to Sunrise Mountain High School in Peoria, Arizona, home of the Mariners spring training. Here's the first pitch to Talt, swung on and a foul straight back. It's 0-1. Into the parking lot. Second time through the order here for Ryan Falk. Talt was on the honor roll at Sunrise Mountain High School. After his playing career is done, he wants to go into athletic training or be a coach. Here's the 0-1. Up high for a ball, 1-1. So let's go to Oregon State because it's been his dream school since he was a kid, and all of his dad's side of the family attended Oregon State. So definitely Oregon State blood runs in the family for Easton Talt, as the 1-1 is in there for strike 1 and 2. A little more about Talt. High school level, he saw action at catcher, middle infield, and center field. First team All-State and Region Player of the Year during his career. Pretty good player in high school. There's the 1-2 swing and a foul over by the concession stand, and it's fouled off, 1-2. Talt stays alive. 1-2 count. Falk looking to record a strikeout. 1-2 is up high for ball 2-2. Falk currently on 4 strikeouts. 3 swinging, 1 looking. Looking for his 5th strikeout here in the third. 2-2 count to Talt. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball into shallow right field. Underneath it is the right fielder in Robinson. Protects his glove from the sun, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Adam Haight. Popped out to the second baseman, Roy, his first time up. Haight, the sophomore from Snohomish, he was actually selected in the 20th round of the 2024 draft by the Mets, but did not sign and came to Oregon State. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up foul. Out of play. Watch out. That's into the press box for strike one, 0-1. It was the number 6 high school prospect in the Pacific Northwest by Baseball Northwest and was the number 3 player in the state of Washington at Cedar Park Christian. The 0-1 is popped up into shallow center field. Coming in is the center fielder Hartman. Going out is the shortstop Northrop. He makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So two pop-ups in the in the infield for Adam Haight today. One to Roy and one to Northrop. There's 2 gone for Bryce Hubbard, who walked his first time up. The senior from Norcross, Georgia. First pitch misses for ball. It's 1-0. Hubbard previously played Mississippi State and Northwest Florida State College. Like many of them, he lettered at a sport in high school, but that's the 1-0 misses for ball 2-0. Unlike Hubbard, it wasn't in baseball. He lettered 2 years in water polo in high school at Wesleyan High School in Georgia. He's ahead in the count 2-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a grounder foul down the first base line. 2-1. Batted .436 with 48 RBIs and scoring 54 runs in high school. Left-handed hitter. Standing in against the right-handed pitcher, Falk. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a chopper foul down the first base line, out of play, 2-2. Falk looking to set the side down in order for the first time today, here in the third. Still on 4 strikeouts, looking for his 5th strikeout. Fell behind 2-0, has worked the count worked the count even, 2-2. Here's the pitch. In there for strike 3 called. Hubbard down on strikes, and that's the 5th strikeout of the day for Ryan Falk. He sets down the side in order here in the third. No runs, hits, errors, no one left. We go to the bottom of the third. It's Washington State 3, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the third at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's a 3-0 lead for the Cougars. After Ryan Falk sets down the side in order in the third and gets his 5th strikeout already through 3 innings. It'll be 3-4-5 for Washington State. Hartman, Obenauer, Robinson to face Noah Scott out there for his 3rd inning of work. Hartman coming in from the left side. Cougars looking to get some add-on runs after the 3-run first inning. The first pitch to Hartman misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Hartman, the senior from Canada, played on Team Canada's 2022 junior national team. Younger brother was drafted by Atlanta in the 20th round in 2024. So 1-0 to him is fouled off, 1-1. 20th round is, That's a lot for baseball, but if you're even drafted, it's a blessing, even if it's in the 20th round. 1-1 count on Max Hartman. Bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. In there first strike. 1-2. Scoreboard put a ball, but it was a strike. Scoreboard shows 2-1, but it's 1-2 on Hartman. No outs. Bottom of the third. 3-0 Washington State. Here's the 1-2. Just misses. Ball 2. It's 2-2 now. Hartman looking to drive one into the outfield. Here's the 2-2. Misses for a ball, full count. 3-2 on Hartman. Hartman grounded into a 6-3 double play back in the first inning. 1 for 1 on the day. Scoreboard has it correct now. Full count, no outs. Bottom of the third, 3-0 Washington State. Here's the payoff. Swinging a fly ball into right field for a base hit. Drops in front of the right fielder, Easton Tall. Hartman has this leadoff single here in the bottom of the third. And there's a runner on first for Ollie Obenauer. Obenauer now hitting .293, no homers, 9 RBIs after driving in. After picking up his 9th RBI back in the first, had a RBI single back in the first inning. Scored Gavin Roy. Obenauer, sophomore out of San Jose, where the Cougars were just this past weekend. Here's the first pitch. Checks his swing, and he went too far. That's a strike. It's 0-1. Both of Obenauer's parents played at Cal Poly. His mom was a volleyball player, and his dad was a baseball player. His uncle played baseball at Pacific and was drafted by the Padres in 2007. He's got an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. Chopper foul behind the plate, 0-2. Obenauer looking to get his second hit of the day. 3-0 Washington State here in the bottom of the third. No outs, runner on first. 0-2 count to Obenauer. Noah Scott still out there in his third inning of work for Oregon State. Scott checks first. Getting his lead at first is Hartman. Here's the pitch. Runner goes. Pitches in the dirt for a ball. No throw by the catcher, Vandenbrink. Hartman slides in safely at second. That's a stolen base for Max Hartman. And for Hartman, that is going to be steal number... For Hartman, that's going to be stolen base number 10. He's 10 for 11 on stolen base attempts now. There's 9 for 10 coming in today. He has his first steal of the day. It's a 1-2 count on Obenauer. The pitch, swinging a fly ball into center. Underneath it is Hayes. He makes the catch. Tagging from second. Going to third is Hartman. Throw is too late. Hartman slides into third. So it's a fly out, but a productive out for Obenauer. As going to third is Hartman. So there is a runner at third now with 1 out for Dustin Robinson, who had a RBI double back in the first inning, drove in Obenauer. Robinson now hitting .188 with 1 homer, 18 RBIs on the year after that RBI back in the first. Robinson was JUCO teammates with Ryan Shawnsby of the Cougs, the first baseman. As the first pitch to him is in there for a strike on 1. Redshirt sophomore from Brea, California. Tell you a little bit more about Noah Scott after this 0-1 pitch, which misses for a ball 1-1. Noah Scott, the pitcher for Oregon State, played at Iowa Western, as I mentioned before, majoring in mathematics. Enjoys golf, playing guitar and music, and building Legos in his spare time. Says he went to Oregon State because he's wanted to go to OSU since the beginning of high school. He's always dreamt of going to Oregon State, and he's achieved his dream. He's at Oregon State pitching on the mound, and he's got a 1-2 count to Dustin Robinson as that pitch is in there for a strike. Scott looking to get out of this with with no damage. Here's the 1-2 up high for a ball. 2-2. Good stop by Vandenbrink. Keeping the runner at third. That's Max Hartman. Anything in the gap will drive in Hartman from third. With just one out, you can even get a sac fly. Here's the 2-2 fouled straight back. Remains 2-2. One out, runner at third. 3-0 Washington State here in the bottom of the third. And a 2-2 count on Robinson. Wind has died down a little bit. 2-2 swing and a miss for strike three. Down goes Robinson for the second out of the inning. Second strikeout of the day for Noah Scott. That brings up Ryan Shawnsby, who had a RBI single that drove in Robinson back in the first. Went to second on the throw. Wasn't sure if they gave him a double or single and second on the throw, but they gave him a single. Shawnsby, JUCO teammates with the guy who preceded him, Dustin Robinson, steps up for his second plate appearance, a senior from Long Beach. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball, 1-0. Shawnsby looking to get something in the gap that's long enough to get it over an outfielder's head or drop in front of him. Here's the 1-0. Outside for ball, 2-0. No, and we do have a right-hander warming up in the pen for Oregon State. This is likely Noah Scott's last inning. The 2-0. Misses way outside. Ball 3-0. The count on Shawnsby. He's got the green light. He cannot get Shawnsby. This is likely his last batter with the right-hander warming up in the pen. No action in the pen yet for the Cougars down the left field line. Here's the 3-0. Takes all the way, and it's in there for a strike. 3-1. Good take there by Shawnsby. On deck, hoping to hit this inning, is Dane Chavez. Grounded out to short to end the bottom of the first inning. 3-1 count on Shawnsby. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Scoring from third is Hartman. RBI single for Shawnsby, his second RBI of the day, and it's 4-0. All right, he has 3 RBIs on the day now, and it's 4-0 Washington State. That was a little grounder just up the middle. The defenders, the shortstop, and the second baseman Singer were separated. Neither of them, and because of that hole up the middle, that's where Shawnsby wanted to hit it, and he did. Drives in the run, and that's going to be the end of the day for Noah Scott. He goes 2 2/3, and he is responsible for the runner at first. We have a right-hander coming in. We'll tell you more about him after this break. It's 4-0 Washington State. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. This is Cougar Baseball on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We're in the bottom of the third. 2 outs for Washington State. Runner on first. It's a 4-0 lead for the Cougars. New pitcher in the game for Oregon State. It's the right-hander, Wyatt Queen, the junior from Marysville, transferred from Everett Community College. Stepping into the box for the Cougars will be Dane Chavez, designated hitter today, the freshman from Kennewick. First pitch from Queen is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Dane Chavez, 3-time All-League, 2-time All-League in basketball, number 10 shortstop in Washington by Prep Baseball Report. His dad, Devin, was a 15th round draft pick by the Cubs in 1991 as an infielder. So 0-1 misses for a ball, 1-1. Wyatt Queen, the junior from Marysville, get you 2.08 ERA, 33 strikeouts, 7 walks, giving up 13 hits on the year. Chavez shows bunt, takes back, pulls it back, takes outside for ball 2, 2-1. Tell you a little bit about Ryan Queen, or Wyatt Queen, sorry. Previously played at Everett Community College. He throws to first, back in safely as Shawnsby. He also won a letter winner in high school. For head coach Josh White at Lake Stevens High School, All-State his senior season, also earned All-League first and second team during his high school career, All-Conference MVP. Wants to go into marketing after his playing career, business admin major. 1-2, look back to first, back in again safely as Shawnsby. Queen went 5-1 as a senior, posting a 0.74 ERA. Struck out 64 and 37 2/3 innings in high school. 1-2 count on Chavez. The pitch in there for strike 3. So down on strikes is Dane Chavez, and that's going to retire the side. Not before Washington State gets one more run on the RBI single by Ryan Shawnsby, his third RBI of the day. They get 2 hits, no errors, and they leave a runner stranded at first. Played 3 innings here at Bailey-Brayton Field. Our score, Washington State 4, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the 4th inning of play here at Bailey-Brayton Field. Ryan Falk's day is done. He goes 3 innings. Falk goes 3 innings, gives up 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. New pitcher in for Washington State is the right-hander, Trevor Stowe. The redshirt junior out of Buffalo, Wyoming, transferred in from the College of the Desert. He'll face Bryson Glasgow leading off the 4th. His first pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Stowe on the year, 8.74 ERA, 13 strikeouts, 10 walks, 14 hits allowed. Tough matchup, first batter, and Glasgow lines it right to the second baseman, Gavin Roy, who catches it in the air for the first out.
Second baseman, number 7.
Glasgow hit it in the right direction. He just didn't get enough power on that. Hit it right to Gavin Roy for the first out. That'll bring up AJ Singer, the second baseman. Glasgow 0 for 2 on the day. Singer 0 for 1 on the day. Struck out looking back in the second inning. We'll tell you more about Trevor Stowe here in a second. Singer's up now. First pitch. Misses for ball 1-0. Trevor Stowe, family of athletes. His sister played volleyball at Northwest College, and his mom ran cross country at Yakima Valley Community College. Down the count 1-0 Singer. Pitch is down low for ball 2-0. Tell you more on AJ Singer here in a second. 2-0 is lined into left field and caught by the left fielder, Perello, for the second out of the inning. 2 up and 2 down for Trevor Stowe here in his first inning of work. That'll bring up third baseman Paul Vasquez, who doubled back in the second inning. Hitting .298 now, 4 homers, 15 RBIs. The sophomore out of Covina, California. Paul Vasquez, letter winner in high school, as the first pitch to him. Misses for ball 1-0. South Hills High School in California, coached by Darren Murphy. 4-time All-League selection at .289 his senior year, totaling 5 doubles, 4 homers, 18 RBIs, 25 games. As a junior, as the 1-0 to him is outside for ball 2-0. His junior year hit .305, 7 doubles, 4 homers, 30 RBIs. .374, 12 doubles, 18 RBIs. As a sophomore, batted .340 as a freshman, 8 doubles, 21 RBIs. Hitting the count 2-0, and now it's 3-0 as that pitch misses. Down low, ball 3-0. Stowe is in deep trouble here, falling behind in the count against Vasquez, 3-0. Vasquez likes hunting and fishing in his spare time, and he says Oregon State has the best coaching staff in the country. That's why he chose the Beavers, as he walks on 4 pitches. That 3-0 is outside. Ball 4. Runner at first, 2 outs. That'll bring up Nyon Hayes. Walked back in the second inning. The senior out of New Orleans. Hitting .194, no homers, 4 RBIs on the year. Runner at first, 2 outs. Top of the 4th. Washington State 4-0 lead over Oregon State here at Bailey-Brayton Field. As Hayes steps up, here's the first pitch. Misses outside for ball 1-0. Stowe checks first, looking to get out of the inning with minimal damage. It's the 1-0 swing and a miss. Strike 1, 1-1 on Hayes. Once again, runner at first. 2 outs, top of the 4th. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Nyon Hayes. Trevor Stowe on the mound, new pitcher in relief of Ryan Falk for Washington State. There's a 1-1 swing and a foul. Hits the net, comes back over the net, goes into the stands. On the Oregon State side, it's 1-2 on Hayes. So after 2 straight lineouts, Stowe walked Vasquez, and Vasquez is now standing there at first base, waiting to see if Hayes will drive him in. Here's the 1-2. Misses outside. Ball 2, 2-2. If Hayes can reach, Vandenbrink is waiting on deck to hit this inning for Oregon State. Here's the 2-2. It looked like it was in there, but apparently it just missed outside, and the Washington State fans do not like the call, and I gotta say I don't disagree with them. That looked like it caught every part of the zone, but it's a full count. Oregon State still needs 1 more base runner to get the tying run to the plate, or 2 more base runners. Runner goes, pitch is swung on and fouled straight back by Hayes, and Vasquez will have to retreat back to first base. Full count, 2 outs. Top of the fourth, 4-0 Washington State over Oregon State. Cougs pitching a one-hitter just like Oregon State did yesterday. The only base hit of this game, a double by Paul Vasquez in the second inning. Full count to Hayes. Here's the payoff. Runner goes, fouled, straight back, and Vasquez retreats back to first base. Hayes putting up a good battle here with 2 strikes. Again, Hayes walked back in the second. That was on a 3-1 count. This will be on a full count, a 3-2 count. Here's the payoff. Runner goes down low, ball 4. Hayes reaches on a walk. It'll be first and second with 2 outs after back-to-back walks to Vasquez and Hayes. That'll bring up Ryan Vandenbrink, who struck out swinging back in the second. Oregon State still needs one more base runner to get the tying run to the plate, as they're down by 4 now, and Noah Thine comes out to have a chat with his pitcher. Waiting to see if Choate comes out. He does not. So Choate stays in the dugout for the moment. Vandenbrink, the sophomore from Westland, Oregon. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Top of the fourth, 4-0 Washington State. Checks second. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. Another late call by the umpire, Jacob Archer. 0-1 on Vandenbrink. Trevor still looking for his first strikeout of the game on in relief of Ryan Falk, who went 3 innings. Checks second. Here's the pitch. Down in the dirt. Gets away from Thine, and that'll allow both runners to move up. Vasquez to third. Hayes to second. So now 2 runners in scoring position, and a base hit would make this a 2-run game, as Vandenbrink is up with a 1-1 count. So now a little bit of damage being done by the Beavers here in the top of the fourth. 0-1 count, 2 outs, 4-0 Washington State. Ryan Vandenbrink at the plate. Here's the pitch. Misses for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Vandenbrink, the sophomore from Westland, Oregon, doing the catching today. Did not start in yesterday's game, hitting 182, no homers, 5 RBIs. Oregon State would like him to drive in 3 runs. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a foul straight back to the net behind the plate. 1-2. So it's a strike away from getting out of this with minimal damage being done. 2 runners in scoring position, looking for his first strikeout. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 4-0 Washington State, top of the fourth. Here's the pitch. Misses. Ball 3. Full count. 3-2. Vandenbrink reaches. That would bring the time under the play for Oregon State. Tyler Inge waiting in the on-deck circle. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Vandenbrink for the 3rd out of the inning. Trevor still bends but does not break as he retires Vandenbrink for the last out of the inning. Oregon State, no runs, no hits, no errors, and they leave 2. We've played 3.5 at Bailey-Brayton Field. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's Washington State 4, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the 4th here at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's Washington State with a 4-0 lead on Oregon State. Wyatt Queen remains on the mound after he came on in relief of Noah Scott back in the third. It'll be 8-9-1 for Washington State. Noah Thine, Kyler Northrup, and Gavin Roy. 2 left-handed hitters and a right-handed hitter. A lot of left-handed hitters in the Washington State lineup today. Noah Scott, the right-handed starter, and Queen is a right-handed reliever. In fact, 5 of the 9 hitters for Washington State are left-handed hitters. That includes the guy leading off. It's Noah Thine, the catcher for Washington State today. Struck out swinging for the first out in the second inning. Leads off here in the fourth inning. Thine hitting .094, no homers, 4 RBIs. The senior from DeWitt, Iowa. Thine looking to get on base here for Washington State. First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. A 1 pitch on the way. Shows bunt, pulls back, takes a strike, 0-2. The third baseman, Vasquez, came running in on that bunt play, even only for Thine to pull it back. But Cougs have shown a lot of bunts this season. Let's see if Thine tries to show one again here. Facing an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swings and misses on a breaking ball for strike 3 for the first out of the inning.
Shortstop.
And that'll bring up Kyler Northrup, the number 9 hitting shortstop. Singled and stole a base back in the second. 4-0 Washington State, bottom of the fourth. 1 out, and Kyler Northrup up at the plate. This will be the second time through the order once Northrup's at-bat ends as he fouls the first pitch off for strike 1. It's 0-1. Northrup hitting .243, no homers, 8 RBIs. Queen, 2.01 ERA, 35 strikeouts, 7 walks. Picked up his first strikeout, or second strikeout of the day, back-to-back after retiring Noah Thine. 0-1 checks his swing, pulls back, takes outside, 1-1. Northrop, the sophomore out of Billings, Montana. Looking to get something started for Washington State with a 4-0 lead. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. He was looking for something there. Comes up empty on the sliders. 1-2. 1 out. Bottom of the fourth. 4-0 Washington State at Bailey-Brayton Field. Leading Oregon State. There's the 1-2 outside. Ball 2. 2-2. There's a 2-2. Misses. Ball 3. Full count. 3-2 on Kyler Northrup with Gavin Roy in the on-deck circle. Already has had the first base hit of the day for Washington State in this game. 3-2 swung on, lined into right field. Underneath it is the right fielder Talt. He makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Gavin Roy back to the top of the order. Third time through the order now for Washington State. Gavin Roy grounded or singled in the first, scored on an RBI by Ollie Obenauer, and then flew out to center field for the second out in the second inning. Gavin Roy, the senior out of Sudbury, Ontario. As the first pitch to him, in there for a strike. It's 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the fourth, 4-0 Cougars. Gavin Roy at the plate facing the right-hander Wyatt Queen, the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. Up with the ball is the shortstop. He throws to first, to Glasgow in time for the out, and the inning is over. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Oregon State. The Cougs are set down in order for the first time today. No runs, hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the fifth. Washington State 4, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Police.
listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the 5th inning at Bailey-Brayton Field. Trevor Stowe's day is done, goes an inning, gives up no hits, no runs, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. New pitcher on in the 5th for Washington State. It's the right-hander, Rylan Hyder, the sidewinder, the redshirt junior from Olympia. He'll face the number 9 hitter, Tyler Inge. First pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hyder on the year, 7.13 ERA, 17 strikeouts, 7 walks, 20 hits given up. It's the 0-1 to Inge. Misses about the same spot as the last pitch, 1-1. So I mentioned Hyder from Olympia. It's the 1-1 to Inge. Grounded to short. Northrop has it, throws to Seansby in time for the out, and there's 1 away. Inge 0 for 2 on the day. A quick and easy out for Rylan Hyder.
Fielder number 6, Easton.
That'll bring up the top of the order, the right fielder, Easton Tall for Oregon State. Mentioned Hyder from Olympia. He was the 2022 4A State Player of the Year at Olympia High School. Went 10-0 and a 0.52 ERA in 2022. Another Washington native, Easton Talt, senior from Everett, is up for Oregon State. Strikeout and a flyout to right today, and the first pitch in his 3rd plate appearance is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Top of the 5th, 0-1 count, 1 out to Easton Talt. 4-0 Washington State leads Oregon State. Here's the pitch. Misses, having to get out of the way that one a little bit is Talt for ball 1. It's 1-1. Cougs looking for the series split after getting shut out 18-0 yesterday by Oregon State. Only getting 1 hit as the 1-1 gets away from Thine, but nobody on base. So it's just simply a ball 2, 2-1. Today it's complete opposite. Oregon State has been held to 1 hit. That was a double by Paul Vasquez in the 3rd inning. Other than that, their bats have pretty much been silenced today by Washington State pitching. Here's the 2-1. Swinging a fly ball into left field, coming on and lunging in to make the catch is the left fielder, Perello, for the 2nd out of the inning. That was a sinking liner that looked like it was going to get in, or drop in. Perello could have went on a dive, but he came in just far enough to be able to catch that without having to dive on that one. So that's a line out to left field for Talt. He's 0 for 3, and now this brings up Adam Haight, the left fielder. Popped out to 2nd in the 1st and popped out to short in the 3rd. I'm sure he would like to do something other than hit it to the infield. First pitch to him, grounded to 2nd. Up with the ball is Roy. On a hop, throws to 1st. Seansby, the throw is wide. Haight is safe at 1st, and that goes into the dugout. That's going to be a throwing error on Gavin Roy, which allows Haight to reach for the first time today.
Bryce Hubbard.
Pretty much clean bit. Actually, they're going to give a base hit to Adam Haight on that. They're going to give him a single. Only the 2nd hit of the day for Oregon State today. Throw back to 1st from Hyder is not in time. Back in safely as Haight. I don't know if I agree with that one. I would have gave him an error. It's kind of I can see why they gave him a hit. It was kind of a tough throw for Roy to make, but it was offline. That's why I would have given him an error. Up now is Bryce Hubbard, and fouls that pitch back. It's 0-1. Hubbard 0 for 1 on the day. Walked in the 1st. Struck out looking back in the 3rd. Left-handed hitter, hitting .301, 6 homers, 24 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Chopper foul behind the plate. 0-2. 2 outs, top of the 5th. Runner on 1st. 4-0 Washington State at Bailey-Brayton Field. Rylan Hyder on 3rd pitch of the day for Washington State. looking to record his first strikeout of the day. He's got 17 of them on the year so far. Here's the 0-2. Chopper right to Shawnsby, who catches it on a hop. Takes it to the bag himself for the out, and the inning is over. Hubbard with a pop up to Shawnsby, who takes it to the bag himself for the third out. Oregon State gets no runs on a hit, no Washington State errors, and they leave a runner on. We're halfway through 4.5, going to the bottom of the fifth. It's Washington State 4, Oregon State nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We're halfway through here at Bailey-Brayton Field. We go to the bottom of the fifth. 4-0. Washington State leads Oregon State. It'll be Mason Perello, Max Harmon, Ollie Obenauer, the 2-3-4 hitters to bat in the bottom of the fifth. Wyatt Queen on for another inning of work for Oregon State. Perello's a freshman from Sammamish, hitting .278, 1 homer, 11 RBIs. First pitch to him is in for a strike. It's 0-1. Perello 1 for 2 on the day, singled in the first, grounded to second in the second. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, comes up empty. A little bit late on that one. It's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Bottom of the fifth. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball, 1-2. 4-0 is the Washington State lead. Looking for the strikeout is Queen. 1-2, chopper, foul behind the plate. Perello stays alive. It's a 1-2 count here on Perello. No outs. 4-0 Washington State. Here's the pitch. Misses for a ball. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Perello on strikes, and that's the first out of the inning.
Number 23.
That'll bring up Max Hartman,
Hartman.
the center fielder for Washington State today. 1 for 2, singled in the regarding to 6-3 double play in the first, singled in the third, and scored a run. Hartman hitting .292 homers, 18 RBIs on the season. Here's the first pitch. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Next pitch. Misses for ball, 2-0. 2-0 count on Hartman. 1 out. Bottom of the fifth, 4-0, Washington State. Wyatt Queen still on for Oregon State. It's a 2-0. Swing and a pop-up. This might be playable for the third baseman, and it is. Vasquez drops it, and it lands foul. It's 2-1. And luckily for Hartman, he stays alive. As it falls for strike one, 2-1. Or Vasquez did not drop that. He just mistimed that one and was just out of his reach. 2-1 count on Max Hartman. 4-0 Washington State in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Hartman comes up empty. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, lined foul, and out of play. Still 2-2 on Hartman. Looking for some insurance is Washington State. It would like for Hartman to get on base. Here's the 2-2. Chopper foul. Just in front of the Oregon State dugout. Count still 2-2 on Hartman. Here's the next pitch. Chopper foul again behind the plate. We'll do it again. Great battle being put up here by Max Hartman. There's the 2-2. Swing and a pop-up. Third base side. Under it is the shortstop. And he drops that one. That's the shortstop. Tyler Inge. That one falls in front of him for what's likely going to be a base hit, and Hartman reaches first. Man, that was an easy play for Tyler Inge. It was popped straight up. He had an easy play on that one, and it just got over him, and as a result, it drops in. They still have not given a feeling on that one yet, and they're going to give an error on Inge, so it's an E6 that allows Hartman to reach. I would say that's probably the right call. It looks like he had it in his glove and it popped out, and as a result, it dropped in front of him. So Hartman reaches on the error. 1 out, brings up Ollie Oppenauer. 1 for 2, single, RBI single in the first, fly out to center in the third, and instead of throw to first, Hartman back in safely. Another throw to first, and back in safely again is Max Hartman. They are worried about Hartman, as Hartman on the season is 9 for 10. It's actually 10 for 11 on stolen base attempts after he stole one earlier. First pitch now is on the way, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1 on Oppenauer. Yeah, you got to think that all this waiting around really does something to a hitter. Makes him be more patient at the plate. Another throw to first, and out at first is Max Hartman. Third time is indeed the charm, as they're able to pick him off at first that time. Let's see if Choate wants to challenge. I don't think he will. Hartman looked to be clearly out on that, and they will not. Hartman's heading back to the dugout. What a move by Scott to pick off Hartman for the second out of the inning, and it's an 0-1 count on Oppenauer. Hartman caught leaning too far on that one. Here's the 0-1. Chopper foul down the third baseline and out of play. 0-2. All of a sudden, White Queen is a strike away from getting out of this with no damage. It's an 0-2 count on Ollie Obenauer. The pitch. Misses. Ball 1. 1-2. And here's the pitch. Down low for ball 2. 2-2. Obenauer has worked the count even after falling behind 0-2. 2-2, 2 outs, no runners on after Hartman gets picked off first. Bottom of the 5th, 4-0 Washington State. Here's the pitch. In there, strike 3 called, and that'll end the inning. So Washington State gets no runs, no hits. There was an error, and they leave nobody on base. We've played 5 Bailey-Brayton Field. Washington State still leads Oregon State 4-0 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
That you are. We go to the top of the 6th. It's 4-0 Washington State. Rylan Hyder stays on. First bat he'll face is the first baseman, Bryson Glasgow. 0-2. Grounded out to shortstop in the first. Lined out to second in the 4th. It'll be 4-5-6. Glasgow, Singer, Vasquez. Tip for Oregon State in the 6th. First pitch to Glasgow. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hyder needed 4 batters to get 3 outs last inning. No strikeouts. Got looking for his first here. 0-1 grounded fair off the glove of Obenauer. He could have got him, but that was a high chopper that went off his glove. So Glasgow is safe at first on what I assume will be an error on the third baseman.
Second baseman number 7, A.J. Singer.
As that was an easy play if Obenauer would have fielded that cleanly. And yes, they are going to give an error on Obenauer on that one. If Obenauer fielded that cleanly, he would have been out at first. But instead, Glasgow reaches first, and that brings up A.J. Singer, 0-2 on the day. Struck out looking in the second, lined out to left in the 4th. And this pitch of this at-bat is outside, 1-0. 4-0 Washington State, top of the 6th. 1-0 count on A.J. Singer. Runner on first, and here comes Nathan Choate. I don't think he's going to make the call to the pen. And it doesn't look like the third base umpire down there has not turned towards the bullpen. This is just a mound visit for Rylan Hyder to get himself back together. You have 2 mound visits, might as well use it. So Choate does use one here. It's currently a 1-0 count on A.J. Singer, the number 5 hitter for Oregon State. Average has been lowered to 250, 3 homers, 26 RBIs. Washington State maintaining a 4-0 lead, trying to protect it. Runner on first. No outs here in the top of the 6th. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, Ball 2, 2-0. On deck is Paul Vasquez, who is only one of 2 Oregon State guys to reach base in both of his plate appearances. Here's the 2-0. Runner does not go. Pitch is in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Is chopped foul for strike 2. It's 2-2. As the 2-2 look over to first, back in safely is Glasgow. Two pitch. Up high, ball 3, full count, 3-2. Two pitch to Singer was fouled off. It's still 2-2. Here's the pitch. Runner goes. Chopper over to third. Obenauer has it. Over to Shawnsby in time for the out. There's one away on the play. Glasgow advances to second. So there's one out here in the top of the 6th. And that'll bring up Ryan Vasquez, who has reached base 2 times for Oregon State today on a double in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. One of 2 guys to reach base both times today for Oregon State. And Choate comes out, and he takes the ball from Hyder. So that's going to do it for Rylan Hyder today. And we're going to have a new arm coming in for Washington State. We'll tell you more about him when we come back. It's 4-0 Washington State. Runner on first in the top of the 6th on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We're in the top of the 6th. There's one out, runner on second for Oregon State. New pitcher in the ball game is the right-hander Caden Wickersham for Washington State. The redshirt senior from Oklahoma City comes in with a 3.48 ERA, 9 strikeouts, 8 walks, and first batter he faces is Paul Vasquez, and first pitch he throws is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Comes on in relief of Rylan Hyder, who went 1 in the third, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. Is responsible for the runner at second. First pitch in there, is outside for a ball, 1-1. Wickersham, one of the better ERAs on Washington State. Not many good pitchers. Not many pitchers on Washington State have that good of an ERA. As the 1-1 misses to Vasquez, 2-1. 4-0 Washington State, 2-1, 1 out. Top of the 6th, runner on second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball into right field. Underneath it is the right fielder, Robinson, looking up, but it is gone. It's a 2-run homer for Paul Vasquez, his second hit of the game, and that gets Oregon State on the board. It's 4-2 Cougars. So Beavers will not be shut out today as Vasquez got a pitch he could handle and smokes it out to right field. Like we mentioned, the wind is carrying out there today, so fly balls can definitely carry, and that one got out of here in a hurry. It was Robinson chased it, but it was too far out of his reach. So that's a 2-run homer, and that closes the book on Hyder. He allows 1 run as Glasgow is his responsibility. The first pitch to Hayes misses inside for a ball, 1-0. So that home run by Vasquez all of a sudden gets Oregon State right back in this game. That's RBI's number 16 and 17 for Vasquez as the 1-0 is in there for a strike to Hayes. It's 1-1. Caden Wickersham gives up the long ball, and Beavers now down by 2 and threatening with a 1-1 count. The pitch to Hayes is in there for a strike. It's 1-2. 1 out, 4-2 Washington State, top of the 6th. It's the 1-2 chopper over to third and foul. Hayes stays alive. Still 1-2. Looking for the strikeout is Wickersham. The pitch, swinging a fly ball into left field. Tracking under it is Perrello. As far as he can go, dives and doesn't come up with it. Running second, hitting for third is Hayes. He is in there. He's going to slide in safe. It's a triple for Nyon Hayes. And Oregon State brings a tying run to the plate with just 1 out here in the 6th. That one was a deep fly ball that was almost tracked down by Perrello. Took him back as far as he could go, but dove a little too soon, and that got in front of him, and it allowed Hayes to go to third on what I believe is going to be scored a triple. Nonetheless, runner at third with 1 out, and that'll bring up Ryan Vandenbrink, the catcher today. 2 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, 1 in the second, 1 in the fourth. So the 2 guys that have reached base all 3 times. Well, now Vasquez and Hayes have reached base 3 times. The first pitch to Vandenbrink is high for a ball, 1-0. And the 1-0 is chopper. Nice diving stop by Obenar. This will get a run home. Throws to first, past Shawnsby. That allows Vandenbrink to go to second. On the play, coming in to score is Hayes, and all of a sudden it's a 1-run game. It's 4-3 Washington State, and they gave Perrello an error on the ball hit by Hayes that allowed him. So it's a 3-base error that allows Hayes to go to third, and then this will probably be an error given to Obenauer for the high throw that allows Vandenbrink to go to second. Oregon State is having their best inning of this game. They are threatening, and they all of a sudden has a go-ahead run at the plate, and that's going to do it for Caden Wickersham. Comes in, gives up 3 runs. Nathan Chuck makes the call to the bullpen. We'll tell you about the new pitcher after this. 4-3 Washington State on KGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We're in the top of the 6th. Oregon State, big inning so far. They've exploded for 3 runs. Washington State still in the lead, but it's their lead has been trimmed to 1. It's 4-3 Washington State. Runner at second after the error on the third baseman Obenauer. This will bring it to the plate. Tyler Inge. New pitcher is August Ritchie. First pitch grounded right back to Ritchie. Throws to first. To Seansby in time for the out. 1 pitch, 1 out for August Ritchie on a ground ball hit right back to him. Ritchie 4.5 ERA, 17 strikeouts, 9 walks, 15 hits given up. Inge is 0 for 3, strikeout, swinging, grounded to short, and now grounded to the pitcher. This will bring up the leadoff man, Easton Talt, 0 for 3 on the day. Strikeout, a fly out to right, and a line out to left. Senior from Everett. First pitch grounded to second. Up with the ball is Roy. Throws to first. It is in time, just barely for the out. And that will retire the side. So Washington State gets out of the inning with the lead in hand. 2 pitches for August Ritchie, and he sets down the side. Oregon State gets 3 runs on 1 hit, the home run by Vasquez. There were 3 errors in that inning for Washington State, and there was 1 runner left on. We go to the ball of 6, Washington State 4, Oregon State 3 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the sixth. Washington State leads 4-3 after Oregon State got 3 runs on the top of the sixth. New pitcher for Oregon State. Right-hander Isaac Yeager, the senior out of Seattle, transferred from the University of Washington. First batter he'll face is Dustin Robinson. It'll be Robinson, Shawnsby, and Chavez to face Yeager. First pitch to Robinson in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Yeager on the year with a 2 ERA, 25 strikeouts, 8 walks, 11 hits. 0-1 to Robinson, misses. Ball 1, 1-1. Robinson 1 for 2 on the day. RBI or doubled in the first, struck out in the third, and takes the 1-1 in for a strike. 1-2. Scored on the single by Ryan Shawnsby. And the 1-2 is driven into center field. That's going to get down for base hit into right center. Rounding first, heading for second is Robinson. In there, standing up with a double is Dustin Robinson with his second double of this game. A runner in scoring position immediately for the Cougars. For Ryan Shawnsby, who has 3 RBIs on the day already. 2 for 2 with two RBI singles. Two-run single in the first and an RBI single in the third. That'll be, again, he'll be facing Isaac Yeager, the former UW Husky, on in relief. Wyatt Queen for Oregon State, who went 2 1/3, no hits, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. Great outing by Queen on the mound today as the first pitch to Shawnsby in there for a strike. It's 0-1. So 0-1, swing and a miss. Shawnsby comes up empty. Swinging a little early on that one. It's 0-2. Shawnsby looking for a base hit to drive home Robinson from second. 4-3, Washington State leads. No balls, 2 strikes on Shawnsby. The pitch. Grounded right to the shortstop. That's Inge up with the ball. Throws to first to Glasgow in time for the out. 1 away, but on the play, Shawnsby gets to third. So it's an out, but a productive out for Shawnsby as he moves the runner to third. So runner at third, 1 out for Dane Chavez, the freshman from Kennewick, looking for his first hit of the day. Grounded out to short in the first, struck out looking in the third. Hitting 180, no homers, 3 RBIs. Something Chow can give him RBI number 4 on the season. First pitch, Chavez lined into left field. That's fair. That's a base hit, just barely fair. Rounding first, heading to second is Chavez. Up with the ball, just getting it in the corners. Hey, in at second, standing up, Dane Chavez. RBI double scores Dustin Robinson, and it's an add-on run for Washington State. It's now 5-3. First hit of the day for Chavez. That's RBI. That's going to be RBI number. That's going to be RBI number 4 on the season for Chavez. Much needed base hit there for Chavez. He has been struggling as of late, but he lined that one just barely down the left field line. First pitch to Thine is fouled off, 0-1. Cougs are swinging the bats this afternoon, much better than yesterday. That's for sure. As Stein is up 2 strikeouts on the day, both swinging, 1 in the second, 1 in the fourth, and he's up here in the 6th. As he watches the second pitch in their first strike, it's 0-2. Nice AB for Chavez. Productive AB, definitely, RBI. 0-2 on time. The pitch inside, and it hits him on the shoulder, and he reaches on a hit by pitch. And that's going to be first and second with one out.
Number 5.
That'll bring Kyra Northrup to the plate. Singled in the second as well, stole second base, lined out to right field in the fourth for the second out. So he's 1 for 2 on the day. That'll bring a visit to the mound by, looks like the head coach, Mitch Canham. No action yet for Oregon State, but it looks like that's going to change. They're going to get somebody up in the pen. This will just be a regular mound visit talk with Isaac Yeager out on the mound. And yes, it is. Canham is going to go back into the dugout. Looking at Isaac Yeager here. I'll tell you a little bit about him while we have a minute. Previously played at UW, number 5 overall prospect, number 3 right-handed pitcher in the state of Washington by perfect game at Bishop Blanchette. Perfect game, first team All-America West selection, as well as an All-State and All-Metro selection. So, Seattle native, previously came over from University of Washington. First pitch to Northrup, misses for a ball, 1-0. Northrup comes in, 241, no homers, 8 RBIs. Cougs hoping he'll get RBI number 9, possibly RBI number 10, maybe even 11. Here's the 1-0. Inside, ball 2-0. Northrup got his 26th hit back in the second inning on a single. 2-0 is chopped behind the plate. Fouled off, 2-1. One out. Runner is at first and second for Washington State. 5-3 Cougars after they just picked up another run. Kyra Northrup at the plate facing Isaac Yeager. The right-hander. Yeager steps off the mound, throws to second. Almost didn't throw, but does throw back to second. And standing up is Dane Chavez over at second. It's Chavez at second. Thine at first. 2-1. Northrup shows bunt, pulls back, and fouls it up. Shows bunt and fouls it off straight back. It's 2-2. Yeager responsible for both the runner at first and the runner at second, as he did come in to start this inning. On deck is Gavin Roy, who hit a leadoff single in the first. 2-2 to Northrup outside for a ball. Count is full. 3-2 on Northrup. Who's looking for a base hit to drive home at least one runner. Here's the payoff. Swing and a foul behind the plate. Northrup stays alive. Cougs' next home game is Thursday, 4:05 against Gardner Webb, visiting from North Carolina. I'll have the call for you on that one. Not sure if I'll be joined by somebody or not. I guess we'll find out. Full count on Northrup. Here's the payoff. Runners go. Pitches grounded to third. On to first for one. Not in time for two. Northrup beats out the double play. Vasquez to Singer to Glasgow. Out at second is actually they said that was not out at second either. So I guess Thine and Northrup both beat it out. They're showing the replay here. This was a grounder to the third baseman, and yeah, just under the tag was Thine. So Vasquez picked it up through to Singer, and they're not able to get any out. So it's going to be bases loaded, one out for Gavin Roy, and they have scored that a fielder's choice to third base. And the pitch is fouled off. 0-1 on Gavin Roy. So fielder's choice, no outs for Oregon State on that play. I thought they had gotten at least one and Northrop had beat out a double play, but they said fielder's choice. And Gavin Roy now an opportunity to do some big damage here with the bases loaded. 0-1 count, 1 out, 5-3 Washington State. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up on the infield. Underneath it is the shortstop Inge. Second baseman takes charge. That's Singer, and he makes the catch, and that's the second out of the inning. A very shallow pop-up on the infield on an 0-1 count by Gavin Roy, and there's 2 outs now for Mason Perello, who singled back in the first, grounded out to second in the second, and struck out swinging in the fifth.
Trevor Smith.
And so now it'll be... Actually, we're going to have a pinch hitter. It's going to be Trevor Smith in his first plate appearance at Bailey-Brayton Field this year. But got injured in the Utah game right before the home opener against Utah. The game right before, first plate appearance of his career here at Bailey-Brayton Field. The freshman out of El Cajon, California. Hitting .351, 1 homer, 12 RBIs. First pitch to him, swung on and fouled off. 0-1. Big bat at the plate for Washington State, and Oregon State has nowhere to put him as they're loaded up. Smith, the freshman from El Cajon, California, 5'10", switch hitter hitting from the left side, facing the right-hander in Isaac Yeager. Oh, 0-1 count on Smith, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Misses. Ball 1, 1-1. Smith can drive home 2, possibly 3. With the Cougs up 2, 5-3 here in the 6th. Here's the pitch. Down in the jerk, gets away from the catcher. Coming in to score, sliding in safely is Dane Chavez. Wild pitch gets away from Vandenbrink, and that's how the Cougs get another run. Moving up to third is Noah Thine. Moving into second is Northrop. It's a wild pitch which was ball 2 on Smith, but more importantly, it gets another run home for Washington State, and it's 6-3. Second and third, now a base hit drives home another 2 runs. Smith, 12 RBIs on the year, looking for 14 here. So wild pitch is the 2-1 grounded to second. Up with the ball as Singer throws to first in time for the out, and the inning is over. But the Cougs get 2 runs, and they do it with 2 hits. There were no errors, and they leave 2 runners stranded. We've played 6 at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's 6-3 Washington State on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
That you are. We're in the top. Go to the top of the 7th. Washington State leads Oregon State 6-3. It'll be 2-3-4 for Oregon State. Haight, Hubbard, and Glasgow leading off is Haight against August Ritchie. He takes the first pitch in for a strike. It's 0-1. Defensive changes for Washington State. Moving into the number 3 spot in the order is Cole Watterson. He plays center field, and 0-1 to Haight is fouled off. Seansby running out of room. It's foul. It's 0-2. Smith came on to pinch hit and grounded out to second to end the 6th inning. His day is done. Cole Watterson comes in for him in center field. Moving from center field to right field is Max Hartman. Moving from right field to left field is Dustin Robinson. So the outfield now is Robinson in left, Watterson in center, and Hartman in right. 0-2 pitch on Haight. Misses. Ball 1, 1-2. Cougars looking for the split in this series. 3 hits allowed here, but they also have 3 errors in the field, all coming in the last inning. 6-3 Washington State. Here's the pitch. Grounded to third. Obenauer has it cleanly this time. Throws over to first to Seansby. That's in time for the out. Haight is retired, and there's 1 gone for Bryce Hubbard. 0 for 2. Walked in the first. Struck out looking in the third. Grounded out to the first baseman Seansby in the 5th. Hubbard hitting from the left side against the right-hander August Ritchie, staying on for his 2nd inning of work. First full inning of work. First pitch to Hubbard, line in the left field, and able to track it down is the left fielder Robinson, moving over from right field. So that's 4 pitches and 2 quick outs for August Ritchie. There's 2 down for Bryson Glasgow. 0 for 3 on the day. Ground out to short in the first, lined out to second in the 4th, and reached on an error on the third baseman in the 6th. First pitch to him misses for a ball, 1-0. As the 1-0 is a swing and a miss for strike 1 on Glasgow, it's 1-1. 6-3 Washington State, 2 outs. Nobody on. Top of the 7th. Here's the 1-1. Misses. Ball 2. 2-1. Glasgow lowered his average to 316. 3 homers, 10 RBIs. Coming into this game, he was hitting 343 as the 2-1 is popped up into right field. On it is Hartman, and this one is hooking foul down the right field line. Leaves the ballpark. Luckily for Washington State, it went foul. So it's going to be a 2-2 count on Glasgow with 2 outs here. And August Ritchie is a strike away from setting down Oregon State. 1-2-3 here in the top of the 7th. 6-3 lead for Washington State. Right-handed hitter in Glasgow. Here's the 2-2. In there, strike 3 called. Got him looking. That is the first strikeout for Ritchie, and he sets down the side in order in the 7th. No runs, hits, errors, no one left. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch here at Bailey-Brayton Field. It's Washington State 6, Oregon State 3 on KGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the 7th at Bailey-Brayton Field, 6-3, the Cougar lead. Isaac Yeager stays on to work his 2nd inning in relief for Oregon State. The University of Washington transfer from Seattle, Bishop Blanchette High School graduate. He'll face 3-4-5. Hartman, Obenauer, Robinson. Hartman he grounded out into a 6-3 double play in the first, singled and scored a run in the third, and reached on an error on the shortstop. His last time up in the fifth. First pitch to him in the seventh. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. That makes Hartman 0 for 3 on the day, looking for his first hit. Here's the 0-1. Chopper grounded to second. Up with the ball is Singer. Throws to first in time for the out. There's one away. Soft ground ball right to the second baseman in plenty of time for Singer to throw over to Glasgow at first for the first out. That'll bring up Ollie Obenauer, who's had a good day at the plate. 1 for 3 on the day, but the one was a RBI single in the first, flew out to center in the third, struck out looking in the fifth, and he takes the first pitch and watches it in for a strike. It's 0-1. To Obenauer. Swinging a foul. It's 0-2. 0-2 count, 1 out, bottom of the seventh. 6-3, Washington State leads Oregon State here at Bailey-Brayton Field, looking for the series split. Obenauer trying to get on base. Again, here's the 0-2. Just a little bit up high. Oregon State wants the call, but Jacob Asher's not going to give it to him. It's 1-2 now on Obenauer. Here's the pitch. Same spot, but a little low on this one. 2-2. Obenauer's worked the count even after falling behind 0-2. 2-2, 1 out, 6-3, Washington State, bottom of the seventh. Here's the pitch. Grounder to third. Vasquez has it, throws to first. In time for the out. What a play by Vasquez, running into foul territory. Underhands to Glasgow. And it was just in time to get Obenauer for the second out of the inning. What a play by Vasquez. That'll bring up Dustin Robinson, who is 2 for 3, 2 doubles, and a strikeout swinging. Has also scored 2 runs in this game. Moved over to left field last inning. Perella's day is done. Robinson swings the first pitch and lines it foul. It's 0-1. So Perella on the day is going to finish 1 for 3 with a single, run out to second, and a strikeout swinging. Robinson looking to get on base for the third time today. Here's the 0-1 swing and a miss. Swung at a good breaking ball. A little too early on that one. It's 0-2. Cougs looking for some more insurance, only up by 3. Trying to blow this game open. Here's the 0-2 swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Robinson. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Isaac Yeager. That's his first strikeout of the day. Both sides retired in order in the 7th. We go to the 8th. It's the 6-3 Washington State on KUGI, the student voice of the Palouse.
listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the 8th. Washington State 6 defensive outs away from a split of this 2-game series with Oregon State after getting run ruled 18-0 yesterday. Only went 7 innings. It's 6-3 Washington State here in the top of the 8th. August Ritchie remains on the mound. He'll face 5, 6, and 7. AJ Singer, Paul Vasquez, and Nyan Hayes. Singer steps into the box. 0 for 3 in the day. Struck out looking in the second. Line out to left in the fourth. Ground out to third last inning, or ground out to third in the 6th. And his first pitch in the 8th is down low for a ball, 1-0. Next pitch is in there. Catches the outside corner strike zone, 1-1. On Singer, hitting .248, 3 homers, 26 RBIs, and the 1-1 grounded to third and foul. 1-2. Ritchie gets ahead in the count. And right for Ritchie, 419, 18 strikeouts, 9 walks on the season. You got strikeout number 18 last inning in the 7th. 1-2 is down low. Great stop by Thine. 2-2. Keeps that one in front of him. Wouldn't hurt, though. Nobody on base. Oregon State needs 2 runners aboard to get the tying run to the plate here in the 8th inning. Down by 3. There's the 2-2. Grounded to short. Northrup has it. Throws to first in time for the out. There's one gone here in the 8th. That'll bring up Paul Vasquez, who has reached base all 3 times he's stepped to the plate today. He has a double, a walk, and a 2-run homer his last time up in the 6th inning. Part of a 3-run 6th inning for Oregon State. Vasquez hitting .305, 5 homers, 17 RBIs. He stands first pitch, misses. In fact, that was down for a ball, 1-0. One kind of bounced off the turf a little bit. Thine kept it in front of him. Here's the 1-0. Misses outside. Ball 2, 2-0. On deck is Nyan Hayes, who has also reached base all 3 times he's been to the plate today. The 2-0 chopped. Obenauer gloves it, but it lands foul before. But he gloves it in foul territory, so it's just a strike. 2-1 now on Vasquez. Right on right matchup. Right-handed hitter against right-handed batter. Vasquez, the sophomore from Covina, California. We do have somebody warming up for Washington State as the 2-1 is in there for a strike. It's 2-2. Nobody warming up for Oregon State, so we would expect to see Isaac Yeager back out there for the 8th. He's pitched well since these last 2 innings since taking over in relief, despite giving up 2 runs in the 6th inning. 2-2 is chopped foul behind the plate. Still 2-2 on Vasquez. And we actually have 2 arms warming up in the pen for Washington State. Both look to be right-handers warming up in the pen. As the 2-2 to Vasquez misses low for ball 3, and it's full. 3-2 here. Top of the 8th, 1 out. No on. Washington State leads Oregon State 6-3. In the payoff to Vasquez, chopper to short. Northrup has it, throws onto Shawnsby in time for the out. And 2 groundouts to the shortstop. Have 2 outs here for Oregon State, and that is now
Center fielder number 2, Nyan Hayes.
7 straight batters retired by Washington State pitching since Vandenbrink reached on an error back in the 6th. Vandenbrink is on deck, but up now is Nyan Hayes, who's reached base all 3 times. Walk in the 2nd, walk in the 3rd, in the 4th. Reached on an error by the left fielder Pro in the 6th, and check swing does not go on the first pitch. So it's ball 1, 1-0. Hayes hitting .189, no homers, 4 RBIs. Here's the windup and the 1-0. Way high for ball 2, 2-0. Richie has pitched well since taking over in that, but with this 2-0 count, that's going to prompt Noah Thine, the Washington State catcher, to come out and have a chat with Richie. Short meeting. Thine walks back to the plate. I believe that does count as a mound visit, even though Nathan Choate did not go out and have a talk with him. Nonetheless, it's a 2-0 count on Hayes. Here's the pitch. Chopper to short. Northrop has it again. And how about 3 groundouts to the shortstop in the inning? All Northrop to Shawnsby's inning of Kyra Northrop there. And that is now 8 straight batters retired by Washington State pitching. And the Beavers go 1, 2, 3 for the second inning in a row. We played 7.5. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's Washington State 6, Oregon State 3 on KGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
You sure are. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. It's 6-3 Washington State. Isaac Yeager's day is done. Goes 2 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs. Both are no walks, 1 strikeout. It gives way to the new pitcher on the mound for the Beavers. It's Zach Edwards, the sophomore right-hander from Riverton, Utah. 8.31 ERA, 14 strikeouts, 4 walks, 11 hits given up on the year. And he's going to face 6, 7, 8 for the Cougs. Ryan Shawnsby, Dane Chavez, and Noah Thine. And if anybody gets aboard, Kyra Northrop. Cougs up 6-3 here in the bottom of the 8th. 3 defensive outs away from a victory and a split of this series against one of the best teams in college baseball, number 7, Oregon State. The last warm pitch has been thrown by Edwards, and Shawnsby steps up to the plate now.
First baseman, number 19, Ryan
Shawnsby so far 2 for 3, 2 singles, 1 in the first, 1 in the third, and a ground out to short in the 6th, including 3 RBIs on this game. If the Cougs hold on to win, I'm giving him the player of the game for his 3 RBIs. He's driven in half of the runs today for the Cougs. Facing the new right-hander, Zach Edwards, his first pitch. Chopped foul. 0-1 on Shawnsby, the team captain for the Cougs. Very well deserved. Zach Edwards, majoring in business administration. Wants to be an engineer or a sports psychologist after his playing career is done. Enjoys playing basketball, hunting, and being anywhere outdoors in his spare time. And he's ahead in the count 0-2 on Shawnsby. And he says he chose Oregon State because of the coaches, and it feels like home to him. And pretty good coaching staff for all the success they've had. As 0-2 is a comebacker hit off the leg of Edwards, backed up by the catcher Vandenbrink, who throws, and it goes wide into right field, but it doesn't go far enough away for Shawnsby to move up to second. So Shawnsby stays at first, and we'll have to see what they rule on that one. Now the concern is on Zach Edwards, and trainer didn't come out. It looks like it's fine, but that was a comebacker. Hit off of his right leg, took a deflection off of the catcher, or took a deflection right to the catcher. Vandenbrink tried to throw him out to get him, but didn't. And they're going to say it's a single, so it's a 3-hit day for Shawnsby, all singles. And that brings up Dane Chavez, who doubled his last time. Scored a run in the 6th. First pitch here in the 8th to him, misses for a ball, 1-0. Doubled in the 6th, advanced to third on a fielder's choice and then scored on a wild pitch and also grounded out to short in the first, struck out looking in the third. Chavez looking for a second hit of the game here. Shows butt on the 0-1, pulls it back and it's foul. Third baseman Vasquez came in just to try to make a play on it, but it went foul. So it's 1-1 now on Chavez. Scoreboard shows 0-2. And it is, in fact, 0-2. So it is an 0-2 count on Dane Chavez. Chavez trying to find any way to get Shawnsby home, and a throw to first is not in time. Shawnsby back safely. 6-3 Washington State, 0-2 count. Dane Chavez, no outs, runner on first, bottom of the eighth. Cougars looking for the split of this two-game series. Here's the pitch. Misses, ball one, up high, 1-2. Chavez, 4 RBIs on the year. No homers. Hopefully that changes here. Cougars have yet to hit a homer at home since the Grand Canyon series, as the 1-2 is grounded past the first baseman on a dive. That's Glasgow, and into right field, a base hit. Shawnsby hits to third. He's in there standing. It's a single for Chavez. He's got 2 hits on the day, and now it's runners at the corners with no outs, and that'll bring up Noah Thine. Great piece of hitting there by Chavez. Got a ground ball, almost made a play on it with Glasgow, but he was trying to make a diving attempt, and it just got under his glove and went into right field. And the right fielder out there got the ball in quickly, holds Chavez to a single, but it's first and third, no outs, and that'll bring up Noah Thine. 0 for 2 on the day, struck out swinging the second and the fourth, and hit by a pitch his last plate appearance in the sixth. And this will prompt a visit from Mitch Cannon, the head coach of the Beavers. Probably just a mound visit here, though. And it is. Oregon State doesn't have anybody warming up in the pen just yet, but that will probably change here shortly. They have a guy stretching over by the fence, but nobody's actually up on the mound and throwing for Oregon State. Washington State, I believe, does have action in their pen. Looks like whoever it is will come in for the save opportunity, with Washington State being up by 3 runs or fewer. It is a save opportunity. And the mound has concluded. Edwards stays in there. Mitch Cannon walks back to the dugout, and Noah Thine steps up to the plate, hitting 0-91, no homers, 4 RBIs. So mentioned earlier, he's 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, and a hit by pitch in the sixth. Looking to drive in Shawnsby from third. Anything deep will get it. Shows bunt, runner goes, pulls it back, takes a strike. No throw down to second. Chavez in standing up, so that's a stolen base for Chavez. It's strike 1 on Thine, but for Dane Chavez, that is going to be steal number 2. He's 2 for 3 on stolen base attempts this year. 0-1 to Thine, misses. Ball 1 was a little bit of a half swing, but didn't check his swing. They didn't appeal down to first. So it counts even, 1-1. 2 runners in scoring position, second and third, no out, 6-3 Washington State in the bottom of the eighth, 1-1. Checked his swing on that one, and he went too far on that one. Jacob Archer, the plate umpire, calls that one himself. So it's 1-2 on Thine, with Kyler Northrup standing in the on-deck circle for the Cougs. One-two count on Noah Thine, no outs. Second and third, bottom of the eighth, Washington State up 6-3. Here's the pitch. Misses. Outside. Ball 2. It's 2-2. Thine just looking for any kind of contact good enough to drive in a run. Possibly 2 with the runner at second. Anything up the middle should do the job. 2-2. Misses for ball 3, and it's full. 3-2. On deck is Kyron Northrup, who is 1 for 3 on the day. we'll give you a rundown on his day after the thigh at bat, which is a full count. And here's the pitch. Chopper over to short, looks over at third as the shortstop in. Instead, takes easy out at first. No advancement because of the look over at third. No advancement from Shawnsby, so it's a 6-3 ground out for Noah Thine. He'll finish his day 0 for 3. There's one out, second and third, and that'll bring up Kyler Northrop. Singled and stole a base in the second. Line out to right field in the fourth. Hit a field and drove in a run on a fielder's choice in the sixth, and then advanced the second on a wild pitch on that as well. First pitch to him in the eighth misses for ball 1-0. So Northrop, no RBIs today. It's actually 1 for 3. As the 1-0 is hit into right field, going back on it and making the catch is tall, but it's plenty deep enough. Here comes Shawnsby from third, and he scores. There's an RBI. First RBI of the game for Kyra Northrop. It's a sac fly to right field for the second out, but it does do the job as Shawnsby comes in to score, and it's 7-3 Washington State.
Second baseman, number 6.
Also taking up is Chavez. He goes to third on the sac fly. So it's a sac fly for the Cougs. Give an RBI to Northrop. That's RBI number 9 on the season for him, and that brings up top of the order Gavin Roy. He takes the first pitch inside for a ball, 1-0. So runner at third with 2 outs for Gavin Roy, looking to drive in the runner at third. That's Chavez. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball. This one's going to land into the seats, foul. And that lands right in front of the Miller Indoor Training Complex, where a bunch of kids are waiting to track that one down. So it's a 1-1 count on Gavin Roy. 1 for 3 on the day, singled in the first, flew out to center in the second, grounded to short in the fourth, popped out to second in the sixth. In the 1-1, chopped to third, that is going to land foul. Coming home from third was Chavez, but he's going to have to retreat back to third. Vasquez made a play on that, but it landed right into his glove on a hop, but it was in foul territory. So that's going to be strike 2 on Roy, and it's 1-2. Roy with 19 RBIs, looking for number 20 here. Possibly 21 if he gets his first home run of the season, hitting .377. Cole Watterson in the on-deck circle, defensive replacement for Trevor Smith, who pinch hit last inning in the sixth inning, grounded out to second to end the sixth inning. Time called, the catcher Vandenbrink comes out to have a chat with Edwards. But it's a 1-2 count on Gavin Roy here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. Cougars with the lead 7-3. Roy looking to do the job for Washington State. Here's the pitch. This is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at third. Bottom of the 8th, 7-3 Washington State. Here's the 2-2 swung on and fouled. Out of play. Still 2-2. A lot of kids over down by the indoor baseball training complex. See a lot of kids over there all the time tracking down fly balls, and now they're all going over to chase that one down to try to get that one. Counts even on Roy, 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on very shallow in the outfield. Going out is the second baseman. Hey, coming in is the right fielder. Talton. It's Talton who makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. It's a fly out to right field for Gavin Roy for the third out, but Washington State gets 1 run, gets 2 hits, no errors, and they leave a runner stranded at third. We go to the top of the 9th, last try for the Beavers. It's Washington State 7, Oregon State 3 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Indeed you are. It's the top of the 9th. It's a 4-run lead for Washington State after getting an insurance run in the 8th. Last try for Oregon State. It'll be 8-9-1 Vandenbrink, Inge, and Talt to face a new pitcher on for Washington State. It's the right-hander Scott Ringett. It's Scott Ringett, the redshirt junior right-hander from Sudbury, Ontario, transferred in from Kansas State. And we're actually going to have a pinch hitter here for Oregon State. It's going to be Jacob Galloway, the other catcher on their roster who started yesterday. Cannon wants a lefty hitter in there to face the righty. So Vandenbrink's day is finished. I'll tell you about Vandenbrink finished. Look at the stats here. Vandenbrink finished 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts, reached on an error to the third baseman, and the first pitch to Galloway, the senior from Camarillo, California, is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Ringett takes over in the lead for August Ritchie, who went 2 2/3 for Washington State. No hits, no runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. Ringett's 0-1 misses to Galloway. It's 1-1. Ringett, 3.45 ERA, 16 strikeouts, 8 walks, 18 hits given up this year. It's a 1-1 count on Galloway. The pitch misses. Ball 2, 2-1. Cougs 3 outs away from victory today, looking for the series split with Oregon State. Going into a home series with Gardner-Webb that starts on Thursday. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and fouled behind the plate. It's 2-2 on Jacob Galloway, hitting .283, no homers, 15 RBIs. Transferred from USC and Texas A&M as 2 previous stops. Mitch Cannon going to the bench, bringing a left-handed hitter to face a right-hander. It's been all right-handers for Washington State today. 2-2 swung on and foul. And that hits off the facade of the concession building into the picnic area over there. Staying alive is Galloway, 2-2. And here, so it's a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Chopper to first. Shawnsby takes it to the bag himself in time for the out, and there's 1 away here in the top of the 9th. 2 outs left for Oregon State, and it'll be Tyler Inge coming up now. So he's 0 for 3. Struck out swinging to end the top of the 2nd. Grounded out to short for the first out in the 5th, and grounded out to the pitcher for the 2nd out in the 6th. Facing a new pitcher here, though, in Rangett. Hitting 200, no homers, no RBIs. Just 4 hits on the season, and he takes the first pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. One count on Inch, the pitch. In there for a strike, 0-2. Rangett works ahead, gets ahead in the count early. It's 0-2 on Tyler Inge, the freshman from Huntington Beach. Rangett's 0-2. Chop to second. Up with the ball is Roy. Runs right in his glove. Throws to first in time for the out. 2 away for second out of the top of the ninth, and the Cougs are an out away from victory in this one today. It'll be up to Easton Talt to keep this game going for the Beavers. 0 for 4 on the day. Struck out swinging in the first, fly out to right field in the third, line out to left in the fifth, and ground out to short in the sixth. The senior from Everett, last hope for Oregon State to keep this game going. Rangett's first pitch. Popped up. This might be playable. Thine back on it, and it's going to reach the seats and get out of play. Strike 1. 0-1 the count. And a nice grab by a fan on the Oregon State side off of a couple bounces. But it's strike 1 to Easton Talt, and the count is 0-1. Rangett trying to set down the side in order. It has been 10 straight batters set down by Washington State pitching. The 0-1 misses. It misses well for a ball, 1-1. 10 straight batters retired by Washington State pitching, going back to the error by Obenauer in the sixth that allowed Vandenbrink to reach, as the 1-1 is cranked foul down the right field line, leaving the stadium. And Cougs are a strike away from victory, folks. It's 1-2 on Easton Talt. Rangett looking for the save for Washington State here to secure the series split. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 7-3 for Washington State to lead the pitch. Misses just a little bit low, and the count is even 2-2. So Talt stays alive for at least 1 more pitch. Rangett gets a sign from his catcher, Thine. Gets in the stretch to wind up, and the 2-2 pitch lined into center field. That is going to get down for a base hit and split outfielders and go to the wall. Rounding second, rounding. He's not stopping. He's thinking 3, and he's in there on a dive. It's Easton Talt with a triple down to their last strike. That one split. The outfielders went between Hayes and Talt, or it went between Watterson and Hartman. And with Talt's speed, he was able to get into third easily. So it's a runner on third with 2 outs for Adam Haight, who is 1 for 4 on the day. Pop out to second in the first, pop out to short in the third. Single in the fifth, ground out to third in the seventh. 265, 2 homers, 12 RBIs on the year for Haight. And checks his swing, goes around, and Jacob Archer, the plate umpire, calls himself. It's strike 1. It's 0-1 on Adam Haight. Again, Rangett looking for the save. Washington State up 7-3 in the top of the ninth with 2 outs and a runner on third after the triple by Easton Talt. Here's the 0-1. Way outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Rangett wind up in the 1-1. Swinging a fly ball into center field. This one is going to get over the outfielders and off the wall. Hartman plays it on a hop into second with an RBI double is Adam Haight as Talt scores from third. And it's now 7-4 Washington State. 2 consecutive hits after 10 straight batters retired by Washington State pitching. And Oregon State all of a sudden has the tying run in the on-deck circle. And this will bring up
The DH number 10, Bryce Hubbard.
Bryce Hubbard, who is 0 for 3 on the day, walked in the first, struck out swinging in the third, grounded out to first in the fifth, and lined out to left in the seventh. First pitch to him misses. Inside for a ball, 1-0. Rengett trying to close this out, but Oregon State not making it easy with 2 outs in the top of the ninth. It's now 7-4 Washington State. Tying run is in the on-deck circle. The 1-0 is in there for a strike. It's 1-1 on Hubbard, the senior from Norcross, Georgia. 1-1 count on Bryce Hubbard. Here's the pitch. Misses in the dirt. Ball 2. Stopped there by Thine to prevent Haight from going to third. Here's the 2-1. Swung on, fly ball into right field. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is fair, and it is gone. It's a 2-run homer for Bryce Hubbard, and it's a 7-6 game now. Washington State with the lead. Oregon State has cut it to 1. Hubbard got all of that pitch and yanked it out to right field. Just barely kept it fair down the line, and he is taking his time rounding the bases. He finally rounds third. That is a monster home run by Bryce Hubbard. And that is going to be the end of the day for Scott Rengett. Kind of unfortunate, if you ask me. He had everything go well. Choate's out there. He hasn't made the call to the pen yet, but if this is it for him, it's kind of unfortunate. He came in at 4, and he's given up 3 straight runs, and now it's with 2 outs, and it's now a 1-run game. And Hubbard yanked that ball yanked that ball just fair, and Rengett's going to stay in to face another hitter. It's going to be Bryson Glasgow, who hit the grand slam for Oregon State yesterday. First pitch to him is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. This time the bases are empty, and this is not the guy you want to have up as a tying runner if you're the Cougars. He is 0 for 4 today. Ground out to short in the first, line out to second in the fourth, reach on an error in the sixth, and struck out looking in the seventh. 0-1 is in there for a strike. It's 0-2, and once again the Cougs are a strike away from victory. Rengett trying to close it out and maintain the 1-run lead for the Washington State. It was 4 coming into this inning. Here's the 0-2. Misses outside. Ball 1, 1-2. Tell you what, Oregon State, they find a way to. They don't go down without a fight. They've shown that this inning. 3 runs, all with 2 outs. But now it's a 1-2 count on Glasgow. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's down in the dirt. Thine throws the first to complete the strikeout, and he does. And you can sing it from the hills. It wasn't pretty, but it's a Washington State Cougars win, as Washington State wins this game 7-6. And that's a save for Scott Rengett. A drop third gets Glasgow out, and the Cougs have salvaged a split of this 2-game series. For Oregon State, it's 2 runs, it's 3 runs in the ninth. 3 hits, almost over the cycle. They just needed a single for the cycle. They had a triple, a double, and a homer. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and they didn't leave anybody on. You can sing it from the rooftop. It's a Washington State win and a split of the series going into the series with Gardner-Webb. Looking at your final totals here real quickly before we sign off. Once I can get the stats up here on my computer, it is going to be for Oregon State, it's going to be 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, 7 left on base. For Washington State, it's going to be 7 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors, 6 left on base. Rylan Hunter gets the win. He goes to 3-0. Noah Scott gets tabbed with the loss. He's 2-1. Time of the ball game. was exactly 3 hours, right on the dot, 105 to 405, in front of 1,125 happy Cougar fans who walk away with the dub in this one. A lot of Oregon State fans do. Shout out to them for showing out, but ultimately it's Washington State who gets to go home happy today. Our player of the game is, without a doubt, going to be Ryan Shonsby. Had 3 hits, including 3 RBIs for Washington State. Clutch ones, too, because if the Cougs didn't have insurance, that insurance run in the 8th, this game would be tied, and we'd probably still be playing right now. But either way, squeeze it up. It's a Washington State win, and they improved to 15. They improved to 15 and 17 on the year. Oregon State falls to 25 and 7. Looking ahead for Washington State, they will host Gardner-Webb in a series that begins on Thursday, right here at Bailey-Brayton Field at 4:05. I'll have the call for you on that one. And for Oregon State, they will next play Friday. They will return home this weekend for a 3-game series against Cal Poly that starts on Friday, 5:35 Friday, 4:35 Saturday, 1:05 Sunday. Will be Oregon State against Cal Poly back home at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field in Corvallis. But Washington State gets the win in this one, 7-6, and that'll do it for today's broadcast. For our director, Davis Hagan, and our producer, Brandon Chapman, and everybody else with KUGR, I'm Declan Curran saying so long. Where once again, Washington State gets the win, 7-6. Until Thursday, when I have the call for you against Gardner-Webb, we'll talk to you then. You've been listening to Cougars win. You've been listening to WSU Baseball on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.